What is up, everybody? Ginger Baby Guy here. Want to welcome all of you to the stream. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, be sure to hit that like and click the follow. Support is always appreciated. We've already got some people pouring in. Hex to start. How are you? Switch the tunes here. We're going to dive into some D2Jam games. I have sent out my posts in the socials. Hopefully people will come in. We tried this the other day at a very late hour. Was a mistake, arguably. I mean, we filled the time quite enough, actually. There was like 3 games we went through. Shout out to those guys for coming around. Hex to start says, pretty good. Jam time is always fun. That it is. I wasn't able to participate this time. Have yet to, actually, for D2Jam. I've been following the communities that are kind of involved with this for a little while now. Just hasn't really lined up right with my schedule. But hey, we can showcase your games still. At least that is just a very small contribution I can make. Any other jams I'm doing? So the 2 that my dev team and I kind of focus on are Ludum Dare and GMTK. And it just kind of happens that way because of how they line up. We've done a great job of sort of working out that routine, but those are the 2 biggies that we kind of focus on. Not really sure where Ludum Dare's at right now. I guess there's some hope that maybe it'll pick itself up. I know D2Jam is sort of created in response to that, how LDJ has sort of handled its community for the last couple of years. So I don't know. Lots of copium there, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe D2Jam might replace that in the coming year. Not sure, but you know, is what it is. Yeah. So I see you already made a submission on the forum. Thank you for doing that, by the way. For anyone just tuning in, if you want me to play your game, feel free to fill out the submission form. I have links pinned to all the chats and in the descriptions. You'll attempt LD again, probably, doing them regularly. As long as it happens, yeah. That's the funny thing about it is, not even sure, I don't know, it seems like we don't have to go on a whole tangent, but it does seem like the organizer's been kind of slacking. Who knows what kind of factors are involved with that, but I feel like setting the times, like, shouldn't be all that difficult, especially if it's online, but you never know, right? But yeah, if it happens, I mean, we intend to do that one. Anyways. Pardon me, I had to clear my throat. So we have weld root. Actually, here, I'm gonna take a moment to do one thing. Hang tight. Cool. Trace paths through the root system of alloy trees. Note, not all connections are guaranteed in the same cycle. There are always some. Finish the cycle when you can't find more. The game continues until you run out of cycles. Try to get a high score as possible. Okay. Left or right keys. Click to rotate. Okay. I appreciate the Linux build. I know there's a lot of people that do. And it's light. Grabbed my main window here. Can I make it a... The shortcuts aren't working. Turn that off. Can I set this into a window? Huh. All right, music's coming back for a moment. So yeah, your game does not allow me to just press F11 or Alt-Enter to make it a window, so I can't drag it to this screen here. I'm going to have to figure out a different way to do that. I suppose I could just set that as my main window. That would just be the simplest thing. There we go. Win, shift, left, right arrow keys. Does that not still require it to be a window? Let me try that. Win, shift, left, right. Oh. I learned something today. I did not know that was a thing. Okay. Cool. I've seen your logo before. You guys have participated in a few jams I've been a part of. And I'm sure I've seen you on like other channels. Okay, so I have to use arrow keys. I can't use WASD. What am I moving? I like the window options. Might be a little biased, but yeah. The window options is nice. Okay, finish the cycle. Wait, so what are the arrow keys for? No arrow keys, okay. The left, right that you were mentioning in the instruction kind of threw me off. Getting a little lost here. Let's pull this back. Can I reset? There's no reset option. I gotta start over? Oh well. There we go. What do you mean, randomized? Like the positioning of the routes? Because the puzzle feels the same. Oh. Excuse me. Okay, that looks good. Let's put you back here. Perfect. Colors are the same, but all the tiles are randomized. But it's only their position, right? Like, I feel that the tiles are, you know, in the same location. It's just they're rotated differently. Fully random. Okay. Something about that feels correct. Bring it up here. Okay. Something like that, maybe. Okay. Now I want to pass this underneath, right? It's possible for a level to require more than one cycle. So go up here. Can't connect these though. So let's break this up. Going up here now. Excuse me. Got that. Does not leave a lot of options. Also, colors can share the same path. They can. Oh. And they just sort themselves out? Then what's the point of the pieces that sort of overlap? Because in that visual language you're giving me, that's what my mind is going to, is I need to think about, because I assume they're isolated and they need to be to like reach their destination. So I could just combine them. It's understandable. Junctions still come into play, though. I see. Okay, what am I tripping on here? These two are connected, but I haven't completed this path. Am I able to? Is the question. Dude, I'm so close. Well, shit. You really ramped the difficulty up here in the second puzzle. I don't understand what I'm hung up on. Don't help me, though. I'm just talking. Temptic 404. New raid incoming. What is up, everybody? We were playing Hex to start's game. And I beg your pardon, I forgot the title. Woodroot? I don't want to tab because it just... Weld root. I think I might want to just start this puzzle over. I feel like I've moved so many parts. D2Jam, celebrate. Oh yeah, pro at this one. Now, here's level 2. You can finish a part of it, and it will... So what you're saying is I could complete part... So that's what you're talking about. I could finish the cycle to wait... All right. I don't know how you're communicating that to me, though. Like, you're telling this to me in chat, but how are you communicating that from a puzzle standpoint? Because that doesn't even connect. Here. No, go there. Boom. Boom. Oh. Am I just a big dummy? Go up here. Definitely not there. Temptic has to run. Added your entry. Temptic, I would love to have you here if I'm playing it. So I appreciate you putting it in there, but yeah, I understand why you have to go, but yeah. If there's others that jump in, we'll maybe do theirs first. But if no one else jumps in, right now Temptix is the only one in queue. If other people have a game they want me to play, feel free to add it. All right. So I can run a cycle, and it's gonna do something for me. Oh yeah, Hex wrote a message. In-game, not really. We forgot to explain it, I guess. That's why it's in the description page. But even then, I find that it's not intuitive. Yeah. So, it's good you got it somewhere. If we weren't doing stream like this, and I was just on my own, of course, I would find my way to the page and do that. You know, just sort of like targeting it from like a design standpoint, sort of the... principle I follow with a lot of this stuff is And it's not like it's a simple formula by any means, but if you do have something that sort of flips the dynamics a little bit, you know, it's always good to kind of approach it in such a way that it does, to a degree, sort of explain itself just through player action. And I know you can't achieve that with absolutely everything, but with this sort of thing, like, I'm just rotating tiles, so I don't know, I feel you could have led me into it a little more. Like, maybe instead of giving me the 3, we're just dealing with 1. And then you could kind of, if that's how the mechanic works. I don't know if 1 is the only thing that can work with this idea, but I would do that. Like, I wouldn't have to worry too much about it being 3 colors, because to me this is like a huge step up in difficulty. If you're introducing sort of a different thing that should go against what I've already been taught, then, you know, simplify it further and just kind of give me the scenario, the simplest layout to sort of explain it to me. Yeah, I'm supposed to be playing the game. I have it up on my top screen here, but then I have a second view that I can use so that it's, you know, looks a little better. But I find myself going up here because this is where my cursor is. It's a little weird. So, okay. Let's break that off. So you said I could combine them. Oh, why is... It was so simple. One thing I will say is you got so many tiles. I'm still not... I don't know. This is totally on user error, but like it's minorly confusing just because of all the visual noise. Tricky Lady, how you doing? Otterly raid? Ah, from Temptic 404. Yes. Welcome, welcome. That's in there. Perfect. Oh no, I didn't finish the blues yet. Okay, well now we can demonstrate. I see now. They all kind of just shifted. Did they didn't change shape, did they? I don't think they changed really at all. Is that not finished? Oh, there we go. Boom. Boom. And we move on. Oh, wow. Tricky Lady says flex, please. No, that was your flex. Me lifting my mug. David does dev. How are you? I will say the sound effects you got, the snap sound effect for rotating these things, pretty satisfying, to be perfectly honest. It's almost soothing in a way. So how does it work from here? Is it just going to split 25 each? Bit of a dead end here. Okay, we'll try the cycle again. We'll see what it does. I want to watch very closely. They just rotate, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Do that. It is nice that, well, I guess I don't have to really travel to this side of the board, but there are more routes to my disposal, which is kind of cool. I feel like I'm messing it up so bad right now. Okay, they must have changed because these two used to connect. Okay, but that's coming from orange. Come on, give me something. Anything. Got this here. Is there anything I can do with it? Maybe to connect it? I guess I could just send it away. And then I just have to worry about... I don't like this setup right now, so... Let's cycle it. Let's see what tiles give me next. Oh. That was nice. Now I just need to get the greens attached. Perfect. So, okay, you know, cycling's good to sort of, you know, refresh the board. I think you need to do a little more in the visual feedback there to just kind of, you know, really illustrate that that's what's happening, because the shift is so quick. And my eyes didn't quite catch it. I had to really focus to see, and I guess ultimately until I start to test things that I really start to find out that they were different. But yeah, I think just having them shift is a bit of a... could be an accessibility issue to a point. Okay, these are all the same color. that. Oh. That'll be nice. Okay, all three of these are connected right now. Oh, but I can't lead from this point. That's a lot. Okay. Oh no. That just made it worse. Okay. That was way worse. I did not like that one bit. I should have known that they would, like, split like that. You've explained that to me, but that's just not what connected in my head, you know? If I do... It's both of them, so... This is so silly. I do that to myself. Okay, so theoretically, what happens when I go to cycle 10? I was gonna split it, but, like, trying to feed two sources like that could be challenging considering how random this stuff can get. Up here. Nope. That is still connected. So when it generates the tiles, is it aware of the paths that need to be connected? Like, is there always a correct path in these shuffles? What's up, Crayon? Yeah, no, I went to bed. Don't worry about that. I'm typically doing work stuff. But, yeah, was available. like how this is not connected. Can I just... angle this maybe? Yeah, there we go. Let me see if I can connect this last little bit. It'd be super cool if I could. Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to. Oh. I'm getting lost down here because I feel like I might be able to do something about it. It's not looking like it though. Might just have to cycle through it again. Yeah, we'll just do a cycle. The way it works is it guarantees a single connection and the rest is random, but it often happens that everything can be connected. But as you notice, this clashes a bit with how those kinds of puzzles are usually perceived. I mean, I don't necessarily think that there's a flaw in your design if there's like multiple paths. I think if there was a way to... I'm not exactly sure what the disconnect is exactly. Like, I think the junctions do kind of confuse the player a little bit. I think maybe... Actually, I'm not sure. Let me think about that for a second. Like, what is it that's... I'm trying to think of, like, what it is that I feel is missing that's, like, causing my confusion. At this point, I'm kind of just blaming myself for it. Because I see what you're doing with this design, and I do appreciate the minimalist approach you've taken with that. I think it's just, like, maybe you could remove, like, a row just to see how that registers. Like, it almost seems like there's too much between here and here. Like, maybe extend the length the further you go along, like, you know, six stages down the road or something. I'm not sure, but like, you could pull that back a little bit and I think it might read a little better. Because right now you just have so much noise here, and I just find myself, you know, when you like go into a super large maze and then you just seem to find dead ends like everywhere? That's kind of what this feels like. It ramps up too quickly. There's that, and that's more about like the next stage after this, you're giving me 3 different what do you call them, whatever colors to like deal with. I feel like you should give me like 1 or 2 other stages before that to introduce the third. You know, play a little more with the mechanics a bit, and you know, let me play with it before you just completely throw me into the deep end. It's like you just taught me how to like wade in water, and now you're just throwing me into the deep end and saying you got to swim with your head above for like 10 minutes. So I don't know. I think a bit of a rebalance. Like, I don't know. I do feel like you could reduce the distance here, and that would do a lot, at least for the early stages, and then expand that further as you go into like deeper levels. The visual language, you know, other than some like points of frustration, I think it's pretty much there. Like, once you get into it, I wouldn't say it's the most intuitive. Maybe there's a better way you could approach that. I don't have the answer for you for that. Honestly, it's not much of an issue. I don't have an issue with like how the tiles are. It's just what the game is communicating, how it wants me to sort of like solve the puzzle. It's just, obviously you're missing a lot with that, you know, tutorializing. I know it's a jam project. But yeah, I think ramping up the difficulty a little slower would do a lot. And do something to teach the cycle, because I don't fully understand any of that until you explain it to me, right? Crayon says, what's the point of the score? Can you pass without connecting? Yeah, I could just keep cycling, apparently. And the only benefit, from what I can understand, like finishing a cycle just changes the tiles completely. I do think the switch, you can finish one color cycle and then the others. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm doing that at a cost of losing a cycle. I'm only given a total of 10. Once I reach the 10 point, that's how it ends. I think you need to make that decision a little more a little more, what's the word? Risky? Because right now, maybe it is for anybody who's like chasing a score or something, but I'm not focused on the score. I'm honestly far too distracted with like shifting the tiles. And I will say, like, what you have here, just from a player's perspective, it got to a point where I was just guessing. So yeah, I think you just gotta make it a little more cohesive. I think a lot of intuition that can come from this will just be on visual feedback. When the cycle shifts, I think you need to do more than just have the tiles turn. I think you need to show them actually changing. Well, yeah, I'm guessing, you know, I'm trying to give some logic to where the path is leading to, but I do, like, you probably saw me clicking on these a couple of times. I just end up guessing. Because I don't know, I feel like I'm out of options, or there's like a detail I'm not seeing. Not really sure. This isn't the best example of this board. I think this is relatively appropriate for the amount of like tiles I need to look at, but when we expand to like the 3 or even like the 5 and it just gets larger and larger, it's like, oh, there's a lot to go through. Like, I don't know if it gets any bigger than that, but definitely something there that I think should be addressed. Overall, I would say, you know, great submission. I've only played a handful of games, but this is probably the closest I've seen to being like you did the theme well. It's all about plants. The mechanic and everything is surrounding just the concept of plants. I mean, it's all just connecting roots, but it applies. You know, this thing just bleeds plants. Albeit I'm not sure what these are supposed to be. I guess just nutrients and something, but that's besides the point. I think you got the aesthetic and in the theme down for sure. Absolutely. So how many levels do you have for this project? Like, was I reaching the end at all? Was I close? Oh, 5 colors was the last one. Okay, so I was close. I'll take that. Okay. So that was Weld Root. Feel free to check it out, you guys. Pass on ratings. Looks like the leaderboard's bumping. 11 submissions so far for that. It's pretty cool. But actually, people try very hard to solve each one in one cycle. I would agree with that. I think in most cases, players would default to that. If you just want to understand, like, just player psychology and stuff, that's generally what most people will do. Like, if you think of, you know, carrying groceries into your house from your car. You're going to try everything in your power to minimize those trips as much as possible. So you're going to just try and take the most amount of groceries, maybe even do it in one trip. I think most players approach most situations in a very similar nature, just min-maxing the strats, you know? Crayon's a one-trip guy? Yeah, totally understand. It's just if you want players to take their time with it, I think you need to do a better job of explaining that, if that's what your intent is. Yeah. Alrighty. No, of course. Of course. Of course. So yeah, Weld Root. I shared the link in the chat. Feel free to check it out yourselves. Give them some love. If anybody has a project that they want me to play, maybe give some feedback, feel free to share it. I'd prefer if you submit it through the form link that I have pinned to the chats. That's on all platforms, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Temptic did give me their game. Excuse me. So I guess if nobody submits anything else, we will just do that. And I'll give them that courtesy because they did raid the channel. So, you know, absolutely do that. And they say not to hold back. So I will for sure give the feedback. You know what? I could use a refill of my coffee, so I'm going to do that before we get started on this next game. 1 second. Well, probably more like 60. Bye-bye. Okay. I'm back.
Welcome back.
So we got Project Plantress here. Again, if anybody has a project they want me to play, feel free to share it in the form. Link is pinned to the chat. If you guys lost the pin, I can share it in chat if people are wondering where it is. You know what? I'm just going to do that. There you go. Alrighty. Project Plantress. Sorry, 1 second. And all my stuff together here. Alright, so we'll play it. Hopefully there's music that can jump in. You are left in charge of Project Plantress. Oh. I see. Just jump to the top once it loaded. You are left in charge of Project Plantress, but is it even worth it? Is there even anyone left alive after all the catastrophes? Your goal is to plant vegetation in the abandoned buildings in the most optimal way. Doing so will result in the best rating. So, WASDA to move. Oh, it is controller enabled. Okay. Do I feel like playing with a controller? Yeah, we'll tackle that when we need to. You can change which plant to select with A and E. Plant them with Enter or Spacebar. How do you plant them on controller? It doesn't say. Cool. Let's up that volume. there's like way more stuff in here. I have to... Next building is tab. Okay. Bit of a typo there in the... Oh, shit. Hold on. Play, please. How do I... I must be hitting settings. Enter. There we go. So do I have a choice in the... Oh, I do have a choice. Can I fit any of this? Oh, it can. This works. That's nice. Let's do that. Next building. Pressing tab. It's not working. Next building. Maybe put this down here. It looks more like a bush anyways. No. Why can't these be beside each other? Come on now. Doesn't seem like there's much room. Okay, well, I'm now to the point where I can't seem to put any more in the building.
Evacuate in orderly fashion. Remain calm. Find your nearest extraction point.
Your
Only bring your
nearest
essentials. The meteor looks
extraction
closer
point.
than it actually is, so please remain calm. I repeat, please remain calm.
I mean, the
This
voice
evacuation
is
brought to you
very
by
calm, but
the
it's almost
Electric
more
Mattress.
nerving to hear it so calm. And then trying to remind me to stay calm. Just something about it, you know? Put the flower there. Oh no, block this window. Why not? Fuck that person. Who needs windows anyways? So I'm getting a score just from placing these items. Plants, I guess. Well, they are plants. What am I saying? Doesn't seem to matter if I put it in front of the door or a window or really anything. Oh, I want to put up this vine. Why can't this go down? Everything else can move down. Let's just do that. Boom. Boom. Excellent.
You have one voicemail.
Yeah, so, Mom, I'm not joining you on the, whatchamacallit, I'm just gonna go join Liam in a cabin. It's all bullshit anyway. First it was a meteorite, then they wanted to mine the meteorite because there were, like, minerals.
I don't like how much
or
space this
something in it.
vine
And,
takes up.
there's also, like, high chances of, like, earthquakes and tsunamis, so, I don't believe it anymore. I'm out.
If I really cared about the score it was giving me, I don't know if I would ever place it.
Bye.
Because the score builds from the number of plants that you place, right? Uh-oh. Here we go. Next building, please. Oh, a larger canvas. think I'm going to keep this one down here. It's probably about the best place to put that. Sure. Uh-oh. I now only have one slot open. Uh-oh. Okay, I have hit my limit. None of these can go down. So now I feel I need to place these ones first. Oh, why did it flip like that? I want it to flip. These ones I'm just going to put, I don't know, here. Let me just think. Maybe keep 2 spaces open. Hopefully this fits. No. Okay. Oh, the plane here that I have to place it on is not lined up right with the building. I don't know. I guess here. Oh, another one of these vine thingies. Not crazy with how limiting those are. Because you have some vines that can go everywhere, and then you have some that can't. You're not being consistent enough with that, I feel. That looks like it'll fit there. That can't even fit there? Come on, really? That looks like it can fit there. It even snaps to the row. These vines are wacky. I don't like their shape. I guess fit that there. Another flower. Now it has a friend. How does that work? You got the overlap here. Why is that allowed? I'm gonna save that spot for another one. Hey, still going. Oh, there it is. The vines have blocked me. Wonder how far this goes. Like, is there an actual end? this guy up here. Probably looks the best that way. I'll be honest, with the flowers, I'm not really thinking too much about where they need to be placed. They just sit along the bottom, and I'm trying to do the same with the vines, too. Their shapes are a little more unique, but principle is effectively the same. Let's just keep this going down here. Nice vine over the flowers. Why not? So it won't allow me to put it here. But it goes up here. And it's fine. Another flower. I want to be able to drape these vines over the corner. And I understand that you don't really... Like, with the way this is set up, I know that probably wouldn't be simple to just kind of flip a switch for, but... The vines of all things, I think, should be able to sort of bridge that gap a little bit. You know, wrap around the corner. It'd be kind of cool. At this point, I have pretty much just eliminated all reason. I'm just placing as many as I possibly can on a building. Which is fine. I do like the freedom. I think, well, what do I think? There's an element of this that, in a way, feels like a Tetris game. Like the various shapes of the plants that you're giving me that I sort of have to decide where they go. It feels very Tetris. They might not be falling from the ceiling, but it effectively is the same idea. And there certainly is challenge there when I'm trying to pick between 3 options, but you give me so much to put plants on that I kind of just hit a ceiling when I can no longer place vines, and then I move on from there, right? But I am literally just filling in any possible voided space I can find. I think there could be an interesting level of strategy here if you had a way of limiting my time for when the plants should be placed. That could be fun. Create a little tension, a little high pressure for the user. I will say in this moment, just sort of following this strategy, and maybe this is just... I mean, I don't know. This is... not my kind of experience, you know, not one that I tend to indulge in. So like I'm sure some people would really find excitement about decorating these buildings. But now that I'm on like my fifth one or whatever, and it's just more of the same, it doesn't feel all that fulfilling, to be honest. And then after all that, I get blocked out by the vines. And I feel what's happening with these vines is like, oh, that was the end. Okay. Okay. All right, well, I get the idea. How's the leaderboard? Am I just terrible at this? Oh, somebody got 9,300. Damn. Okay, so if I had to sum up sort of my takeaways from this, excellent use of the theme. I mean, obviously, it's the whole experience is centered around plants, which I appreciate. Visually, I think you got the aesthetics down. The mood is there. It's very sultry and sublime, and you know that can be a very pleasant, cozy experience for a lot of people. And you know, I get it. That's what you were going for. I think you nailed that. Personally, for me though, I didn't find it to be all that challenging. At least there wasn't a lot enough there to keep me engaged to feel like I'm being challenged. Like once I figured out that certain plants couldn't be put in certain places, really the strategy was just to like fill up as much of the voided space, being the whole like side of the building, with as many of these plants as possible. And like I was, God damn it, excuse me. Like I was saying before, it kind of takes away from the experience when really all I'm doing is just trying to like up my score. You know, I feel like part of the fun is to decorate it nicely and make it look good. I would love to see the buildings after. Like if we could zoom out and see all of what I've worked on, like going back and seeing that progress would be super cool. But I don't know. Maybe you needed a timer or something. It's you got a lot to play with here that I think could be expanded and maybe turn into something special. I could totally see this as like a mobile game. You know, just like give me a almost like a painting tool, but give me all the plants and then I could just kind of like tap on the screen to like place it and stuff. It would have been kind of neat if there were more elements at play. Like just talking more about challenge, like where the plants go. And it could just be about the shape of the plant. That's where I think the Tetris effect comes in, pun intended. The various shapes of the plants, which in this case are basically blocks, could be an interesting thing to toy with a little more. Like you do have some variation in the shapes, but a lot of them to a degree are just more of the same. Some are shorter, some are longer, some are wider, some are thinner. And yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, when you get to the end state, there is like a fine line that's drawn. Like once you get through these 5 buildings or whatever, that's where it ends. So there is the challenge of going back and building that score up if you're really like the kind of person to chase it and try and top the leaderboard. I'm not that kind of person. So maybe it's a little lost on me. But people do seem to be enjoying it. You know, and I encourage people out there to play it for yourself and see what you think. I'll share the link in the chat. How many reviews have they gotten already? Oh, wow. 19. Is there a threshold that you guys need to reach to qualify for the ratings? Is it like Lunum Dare where you need 20 individual ratings before it actually, like, I guess, ranks you with those projects? Threshold is pretty low, minimum 5. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much else to say about it. I think that was pretty much the whole thing in a nutshell. Good game, Temptic. Thank you for sharing it. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Feel free to whisper me later or write something in the comments. We'd love to hear back from you, what you thought of the feedback and stuff. I do see that we have a new submission. Phil XD Dev. I don't know why I put the B on that so strongly. And as always, for anybody just coming in, if you guys have a project you want me to give feedback on or really just play, showcase, there's a link in the chat. It's all pinned. You can help yourself. Fill out the form and we'll get you into the queue. Right now, I have nothing after this. All right, Phil XD, are you here? I mean, I did see that you wrote, like, just a moment ago. Yeah, you're here. Cool. Alrighty. You do want feedback? Don't hold back? Alrighty. Certainly can do that for you. Garden Defense is a game about planting plants to gather materials, which you can use to craft more defenses, better seeds, or sell for money. There's a weekly quota to hit. If you don't make enough money, you lose. At night, you have to defend your... Got a little typo here. Your plants against hungry slimes that would otherwise eat your plants. The bat currently doesn't have animation. Just trust that it works when you hit the enemy enough. Okay. You've already got a post-jam version out? Seems kind of quick. Which one should I be playing? I suppose for integrity we should be doing jam version, right? Okay. Oh, looks like that's going to take a hot minute. Not a problem. So what's happening in your guys' world? Fill me in on the deets. When did the murder happen, and where did you hide the body?
This tourney is taking place on the small but interesting Twin Lake.
Okay, wonderful. Post-jam is mostly rebalancing and fixing a broken plant and one collision issue. The animation has not been fixed there yet. Cool. We're almost there. Quick, I got to fill the silence.
What a beautiful sunrise.
Oh, I would agree. It's almost too much sun. I'm not used to it. Usually streaming late at night. Ah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game. So this is Garden Defense. Made it Unreal, hey? You have music? Oh, you do. Excellent. No sound effects? No problem. Oh my. Can I change sensitivity? Yes. Cause the V-Sync 2. Alright, how do I click out of here? Escape doesn't work. Does the interact key does? Yeah. Okay. You give me a door, but I can't interact with it? Dude. Oh, I see. This is the play space. Okay. You know, even if it just kind of like fiddled with the knob and stuff, like I'm a little particular on this kind of stuff. If you're gonna give me a door, let me play with it. I don't have to open it. It could stay locked. It doesn't have to do anything other than react to my input. Just kind of helps a lot with immersion. Just something to consider. Okay. Alright, what can I do with that? Oh, I just took it away. Well, that might allow me to organize it a little better. Start in the middle. Well, the middle of the corner. We'll do this. 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 I'm trying to ignore my OCD right now. Oh. Wait, is that a seed? Wood plant. Does that make sense? Why can't I plant? Oh, wait, where'd it go? Did it go into a plant? Maybe it did? I'm just gonna assume it did. Hex says, give a man a door and he'll walk out in a day. Give him a shovel and he'll dig holes for a lifetime. Bill says, the slimes come from the hedges, so maybe not the best place to put the plants. So what, I have to put it in the middle of my yard? Okay, so I planted one. Oh, no, I can't take it away. Wait. Why do I have wood plants all of a sudden? Did I just figure out a duplication glitch? Maybe not. I can't remember what I started with. No, I must have been planting them. There's no feedback when I do that. I know you're missing sound effects. That would probably be the first layer, but they don't show a physical change when I do that. So what am I going to do with the walls then? Put it around my plant? Kind of like this? Oh no, that's all I got. Okay. End the day. Ooh. So do I just wait? Night's a little slow. If all I'm doing is waiting for the slimes to appear, yeah. Yeah. It's cool seeing them grow, though. Oh, hello. I don't know if I'm attacking them. I suppose I am. A lot of balancing issues. First time play testing was after submitting. Yeah, I feel that. Dude, am I killing it? I guess so. Harvest. Could I have harvested them the whole time? So now I'm one plant less. So what did that yield me? Oh. I guess I have wood. Spiked wall. Kinda wanna know. Get me out of here. 12. Okay. So I could do a spiky wall. I think I will. So I want the spikes out. Cool. Shift and mouse wheel is to rotate. There's a quota to meet. Let's see how good this wall works. Is it going to move to it? Looks like it's slowly sliding. I'm just going to kill it. There we go. Oh. Motherfucker. Okay, you know what? Let's do this over. I'm going to set up my walls after, but I'm going to put it like 1, 2. I'm going to do something like this. There we go. Oh my god, I can't see. There it is. Do I have wood as well? I don't. Dilly Todd's, we making games? No, we're playtesting. For other people who are making games. Actually accomplishing things in their lives, unlike me. I'm making some wooden plants, though. Well, growing them. nature has taken its course, but I will have some wood once these plants are fully grown. So that's an accomplishment. D2Jam. Just it's pretty fresh. This is their third run. I think you guys, the jam runs twice a year. And from what I understand, because I've only really just been on the outside looking in, with the communities that I'm kind of following, a bunch of creators who, you know, participate in like LD Jam and stuff, decided to do D2Jam because they didn't agree with how that community was being handled. If you're familiar at all with LDJ, it's you know, it's a bit of a... Oh shit, I didn't mean to put that down. Take that away. I guess Sir Aaron's here to speak for you. You wanted your own jam? But the messaging that I heard from a lot of people that were like organizing this is that they kind of just wanted to curate a better community for it. A lot of creators on Twitch, you know, sort of support this kind of stuff, especially with LD Jam, and it seemed like you guys really wanted to like sort of take that on yourselves and do it better. No, I didn't mean it like that you guys were trying to take down Ludum. That's why I'm not the best to be a spokesperson for that kind of stuff. Just like a fun little community thing. Oh, hold on. Exit out of here. Should I make my plants? Maybe I should wait. Starting to skin rumble with other jams. I'm down with it. Yep. We felt LD was not being taken care like we would want. Try to cultivate a friendly community jam with lots of streamers. Yeah. It's a much more eloquent way of saying it. Oh. I want to craft that. Craft this. I basically took all of my wood. Wait. Oh, it's 6 for the wall. Damn it. Something like that, I guess. Especially on streaming, LD had featured streamers in the main page that disappeared and was never fixed. Yeah. I was a little late to the party, but I've definitely seen a decline in that. All right, what am I selling? I have to sell wood. So I'm building wood, but also I'm building with wood, but also have to sell it. Interesting. That and other stuff. We were lucky. We had Adagon taking the lead. He has done an incredible job on the website. Yeah, you guys have a very clean website for sure. Kudos to Adagon. Absolutely. Way more streamlined. It seems like it's way more community focused. And just the UI and everything is just... aesthetically, it's nice. Yeah, if you guys have projects to have me try, just put in the submission form. There's a link pinned to the chat. I have also shared it in chat, so maybe you could scroll up and find it if that's what you... If you don't have the pin accessed in your chat, whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just waiting for my plants. All right, we good. So is there ever a way to get more? I guess I have to spend wood to get a plant. So let's do that. Let me just see here. Going for another spiky wall. Sir Aaron, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Now we can plant 6. First time doing D2Jam? Do you mean demoing the games? Because I haven't participated in the jam myself. Not yet. I did play submissions from the last one. Slimes. Huh. Yeah, I stream at odd hours. Might have to try more of this afternoon stuff. That was one slime? How much time is left? 1 day left. So how's it gonna work? Do I get a night to collect and then sell for the quota? Or is today the final day? I want to know before I start buying shit. One night left and tomorrow is the final. Okay. And I will build another spike wall. I don't know if I'm going to meet my quota. But I guess we'll see. I don't really know what everything sells for. 15 wood for quota? Cool. I always like to come for the sides. If you click it in the sell menu, it shows the price. I will make everything more accessible eventually, showing more item information in the inventory. Yeah, something with like a hover over the items would be nice. All right, moment of truth. Wait, what? How am I supposed to... Yes, sell, sell, sell. I see. Oh, yeah, that's enough. I went over my quota. Does that make me special? Oh, I could afford another spike wall. Perfect. Can I get rid of one of these walls? Yes, I can. Oh, I just noticed there was houses over there. So is there a true ending to this? I always have the greatest ideas for game jams. Like here, making a game with items and inventory. When I never made an inventory system before, it's always great learning something new in time pressure of 3 days. No end. Okay. Just goes endlessly. Yeah, I would agree. I do like the environment that jams provide. You know, high pressure. Not too high pressure. Let's be honest. It's only as high a pressure as you make it, right? But shorter deadlines and sort of forcing everybody to sort of think creatively outside of the box. Like, I do like what the themes do to sort of challenge people. It was funny, I read a Reddit post recently that was just simply asking the question, like, what benefit do you see from, like, doing game jams? And I think a lot of it has to do with just, like, you know, it's like a workout. You just have to, like, start doing stuff, you know, challenge yourself with like interesting design choices, challenge yourself with like collaborating with other creatives, you know, and support each other in that community. I think jams can be very beneficial in a lot of ways, simply just for the community aspect of things. Only as high pressure as you make it, highest pressure. It's always highest pressure, but you know, I do think part of what makes you a good developer is understanding scope and how you function in that environment. Because not everybody can go like full force, right? You kind of need to understand how not to overwhelm yourself. And that, to me, is the responsible way of game development. But let's be honest, when your passion's just like bleeding out of your eye sockets, like, you want nothing but the best, and the game's only as good as the time you put into it. So, like, everybody that does this kind of stuff fully understands. But for anybody who's wondering, like, is it worth my time getting involved with a game jam? It's like, don't find a reason to talk yourself out of it. You know? You obviously have some interest in participating, but what are you really there for? You know? Game jams are nice because they force you to actually finish stuff. Yeah. And even if the project doesn't finish, is it that big of a deal? I don't think so. Oh, did I get my wall back? The one that I took away? I want a spike wall over here. I can pick them up. Kind of wish I could destroy them for material, but whatever. I think we need to expand this just slightly. Uh-oh. This color you're using for the ghost of the shape, I think you gotta pick a different color. Blends in way too well. Two more plants because I'm cool like that. Jams. Oh, hold on. Let's back it up. Jams are best for happy accidents, something working out despite all odds, assumptions. In a regular project, you spend a week redesigning here. It's just fuck it. Sometimes it is just about like throwing darts at a wall, like, and maybe people don't necessarily agree with that approach, but I would say some of the most creative ideas to me come out of just improvising on concepts and just trying to at least for the way I try to approach things, is like we're doing something that we've seen before, but like how can you sort of expand it and make it more interesting and make it your own instead of just being like a copycat. So many people go in thinking like, oh, I'm gonna make this game or that game. I think if you keep it open to just kind of doing whatever, I think some of the best creative ideas can come from that. And there's been plenty of like projects you could point to that are like remarkable and have done incredibly well, found great success, and they all started as... Did I plant my seeds? I think I did. Yeah, they're growing. I definitely felt no pressure at all when I added all items in the last 3 hours. The time before was spent building systems. I mean, I will no life it for a weekend of a jam. I will pretty much dedicate my life for those 3 days just getting it out there, and I will submit it minutes before the deadline. That's just the way it is, and it's fun. It's like, I think it's akin to like doing a LAN party with friends, you know, or just, I don't know, we could reduce that further, like just a sleepover at all, like when you're growing up and stuff, like you just kind of want to hang out and just chill. Sometimes we grab drinks, sometimes we just, you know, chat. It's a great hangout. I love it. I felt the pressure doing the last level because I 3D modeled it like last 20 minutes. But this jam was pretty cursed. Phil says, I know. Had someone else say that, I'll do so. Maybe a red or inverted background, but to the ghost of the object. Yeah. All right, we'll probably move on. I have been playing this game for a little while. I really should have a timer for this stuff. But let's talk a little more, just sort of on the design. So, I mean, after everything we talked about, like, I'm not expecting perfection here. Jam project. Rough around the edges, totally fine. Lack of sound effects, I mean, it's whatever. You did what you could. A lot of things with the design, though. I mean, perhaps I could sink my teeth into it, play it for another hour, and see where it really expands, but it's not feeling like I'm really growing at a fast enough rate. But also the slimes aren't really coming out in droves. They're not giving me enough of a threat. Like, once you figure out how to navigate around that, and I'm sure they grow stronger over time, but once I got the spike walls in, it was a breeze. The spawning barely gave me any slime to fight with. So that's probably just like a bug and stuff that you're dealing with. I think you would agree there's certainly a layer of feedback that's not happening in this loop. I need to know what holes are getting my plant when I'm putting the seed in. Even if it was just like when they start growing and they have the little sprouts there, like even just having it look that way, game changer for sure. But like, yeah, a little particle system or something to like just trigger when it happens. Like, I need that feedback, because for a while there I didn't know what I was doing. It just, you have no animations for it, so didn't know if my actions were actually being registered. I like the idea of sort of like building up a defense for like your garden and stuff. But why do I need, well, I guess you're limiting the space with this. I think you could still achieve the same thing. Just get rid of the hedges. You know, give me a nice environment to sort of look at instead of just like the four walls, a crafting table in this window. You know, I want to see the houses on the other side, and maybe have the slimes coming in from those like perimeters, you know, and then because you could still limit where I can like plant my shit. That's fine. You could do all of that, and you know, you wouldn't need this giant wall. We talked a little bit about the UI. definitely more information for the player. If I'm hovering over an item, like, yeah, give me the sales info, maybe the growth rate on like plants. Like, I want to know what the plant provides, because I'm still not sure how much it actually yields. I think it's 5 pieces per plant, but I could be wrong. And also what benefit I get for each of these. Like, if I'm looking at it here, I kind of want to know, like, I see it's expensive just because of the material it needs, but I don't fully understand the value of it either, right? There's nothing beyond the hedges. No, I understand why the hedges are there. I completely understand. You're hiding a lot of what's back there. That's totally fine. But, you know, just trying to think of ideas on, like, where you could take it and how you can expand on this a little further. Like, it to an extent feels like it could be something like a Plants vs. Zombies in 3D. And, you know, that game does a great job of showing the zombies come in. They have, like, a zone where they appear, and then they don't enter your garden until, like, a few, you know, meters later. Like, they walk a bit, they end up there. I'd want to be able to anticipate the slime entering the arena. Like, if I see it coming, then I can maybe, like, work out my defenses a bit. Mind you, there could be a way to exploit that a little bit with the way you have it set up, because I can just take the wall away and then reposition it. So that might be giving players a little too much time to, like, place their stuff, especially if they see the slimes coming in. So, like, there might be a design challenge that you got to work out with that. The whole thing with, like, building the walls out and stuff, that's cool. I kind of have an issue with it not being a grid style system where I can just place it and it all snaps together. The freedom that you're giving me is good, but to me this just looks sloppy. Like, I am upset with myself for putting this down, and I don't want to spend too much time lining it up because it doesn't matter. But if you had a grid that it could just snap to, there's a few things you achieve with that. You're limiting the number of spaces the player can actually put stuff down. And you're also helping it just look more aesthetically pleasing. Toggleable grid. I don't know if you need to toggle the grid. Like, you could look at Ark Survival and how they sort of handle their build mechanics. If it's something like a wall, like all of the structures have like a point where everything sort of connects to. So, like, walls will snap to each other, and roofs will snap to the walls. Really, and now that I think about it, most things are just snapping to a wall or some kind of contact for a wall. So, like, even just with, like, the walls, you know, just being able to, like, snap to the side of it, or even just, like, on the corner. Like, let me bring up the thing here. Actually, I'm going to switch it to night so we can see this a little better. Oh, can I not place when this is happening? I didn't even know that was a restriction. Okay. So maybe the edge case I'm talking about, where players could just, like, reposition things as the slime is approaching the space, might not matter in this case. I didn't realize that you limited all of that. I don't see why you would. Like, I can to an extent, but I don't see why you would want to limit that. I guess it does eliminate a lot of issues with the edge case, but I think there's a way to design around that that's less limiting. Like, I think any way you sort of limit the player to this degree is a detriment, because you're kind of removing agency for the player and sort of taking away a lot of that freedom that I feel is there. But then I think of a game like Plants vs. Zombies, where when the day starts, you can't... Or can you? Can you build? It's been a while. I think you can place plants while the zombies are coming in. I wouldn't say it's the best analog for this, because obviously that's 2D compared to this being a 3D game. But anyways, about the wall. Did slimes even show up? So yeah, just with the wall building, for example, if you take Arc, page out of Arc Survival, it just snaps onto the edge of the wall. Like, I would appreciate that a lot more because it allows me to place it faster. And then I just need one anchor point, and I could kind of just work with it. Oh, I didn't plant anything, so they didn't come? I think they should still come. Otherwise, I'm just standing around waiting. You know, maybe there should still be a risk for the walls to come down. Or something. Because that would be a penalty. You know, there should be a cost to doing anything, especially if you're going to go into the night when the enemies come. I don't want a grid for myself, but you want one. So either one of us isn't happy or it's toggleable. I don't know if you need to think of it that way. It's either you do a grid style or you don't. I'm not saying it needs it. That's just me being particular on, like, aesthetics, you know? Because the grid can achieve a few things. It does limit player choice, and it also can just make it look all neat and tidy, you know? Maybe if you feel like it, I could submit the post jam for you to play in a few months when I got to make it more enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, if you want me to revisit down the road, feel free. I'm always open to it. Why would someone not plant anything? I don't know. It's a good question, but it's a situation I could put myself in, so I feel like as a designer, you need to sort of build around that, and you need to figure it out. Like, I don't think you should ever rely on a situation where, oh, if the player just decides not to do this, then nothing's going to happen. Like, there's truth in that, but fundamentally, if I'm just going to stand in the darkness and nothing happens, that's a design challenge that needs to be solved. Plants give an enemy budget, so planting more or specific plants makes more and stronger enemies spawn. See, okay. So let's target that a little bit. Like, you have nothing in the game that's really, like, communicating that to me. Sure, you can make, like, an element on the UI to sort of, like, illustrate that. But I think from a player standpoint, like, historically speaking, and I know not every game that does this sort of mechanic is exactly like this, but I think fundamentally most players would default to expecting the waves to come bigger and badder with each day that advances. So whether that's making them stronger or increasing their numbers, I would assume that it just gradually builds from there. And what you're telling me is none of that is the case. So what you're giving me now as a player is a way to sort of control that. And I don't think I should have control over the slimes that appear at night. Because if I just don't want to lose anything, how do I articulate this thought correctly? It's like, I have all of this wall, but if I want to, like, reduce the amount of slimes that come into my garden for the night, I just have to choose not to plant anything. And there is, like, a cost to that, but if I figure out a way to sort of inflate my inventory, say I'm in a good place and I just choose not to do it this round, there's no skin off my back. I don't have to worry about it. So I think as far as, like, going into the night and protecting your garden is concerned, the player should not have really much of, if any, control of that. Like, that is your factor that plays a part in all of the decisions I'm making. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that. The plants give an enemy budget, so planting more or specific plants makes more and stronger enemies spawn. Okay, well, I guess none of that was really demonstrated. My face cam went black. Oh no. Hold on a second. There we go. How was that for timing? The music just kind of like kicked in when that happened. Here's your little ray of sunshine. Okay. Well, I think I've said enough. Or you know what? Hold on. How much wood do I have? I can afford different seeds. Let's actually see how this scales. So I need this. Ah, okay, this is all I'm getting. That's fine. Why can't I plant this? Do I need to go into the shade or something? I do. Okay. Definitely a detail I need to know. And I think you understand. Like, the info panel, whatever you're going to give me. There already was stuff planted? We passed a whole night, though. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. I'm losing my, losing my mind, apparently. Okay, let's do this. Take you guys out. Oh my goodness. Oh. What was the rotate? Shift? Okay. Something like that. I'm not trying to be too picky about it. I just want to make sure it's somewhat proper. Let's do this then. Here we go. Yes. Yes. It is perfect. Oh, see, this one actually shows. So maybe it's more of a scaling issue. It's okay. Looking back at your messages there, Phil, the quota forces you to plan more and more, though I do see your point. And if the quota is the focus, I think it needs to be more than just like this window that's in the in the corner. You know, maybe have a counter on the outside of the house or something to really. Oh shit! Wait, that's my shovel. I can't whack him with the shovel. Well, that was aggressive. But yeah, I don't know. The quota. You're not giving me any attention on quota. Like, honestly, if I wasn't paying enough attention, I feel like I would just advance the day without realizing I missed the quota and then just have my game end. So I think what you need to do, because I get it, you're doing the lethal company thing, you're gathering your stuff to then take it somewhere to sell. But I'm not really taking it anywhere. I'm just in my house. The quota, should it be part of the overlay? I mean, you're giving me day and week, so you might as well, you know? I just think giving it a little more purpose in this experience would probably really help reinforce that loop that you're trying to achieve. Like, maybe have me sell at the end of the day or something, you know, every single time. Maybe there's a way that you could sort of balance that where I don't get to pay all my stuff, but I have to pay up something. So you're always at the mercy of the toll man or whatever, the tally man or whatever they call it. Something like that. I'm not sure. requires way more time to like explore, but everything's kind of disconnected and you don't have a very cohesive experience where one thing sort of relies on the other. Like, it's there, the elements are there, it's just I think you need to do a little more to sort of tighten it up and really make it special. And it does start with giving feedback, visual and sound and auditory, but also with the mechanics and how they sort of complement each other is a very important synergy that I think a lot of designers kind of forget about. So, you know, just a little more on that. We're gonna get out of here. That's the music was fine, and now it's just driving me insane. Yeah, I would say this is a great jam submission for sure. Great job with the theme. You know, again, the whole experience is kind of centered around doing something with plants, which I can't emphasize enough. And I'll share your link in the chat so everybody could check it out. How many ratings? 3. Go support your boy. Okay. Mark A's. Are you here? How long was I playing that game for? Maybe if I put it up on screen, they'll spot it. Hey, Mark. Sorry for taking so long. Again, I should really put a timer, but I get so deep into this feedback kind of discussion. I don't want to rob you of that opportunity, you know? Greatest game is about to be played. All right, I'll take your word for it, Phil. It's high praise, absolutely. Tendril. Earth is drying up. The world's final seed has been sown. Guide your roots to the last remaining pocket of water beneath the soil to survive. Avoid hazards, rough terrain within the underground. Launch tendrils to reach faraway pockets. Harvest nectar to unlock new upgrades. Keep moving. The earth is not far behind you. It's a neat art style. Got a few score ratings too. Oh, you've already met your quota. Tendril time? Yes. Yes. Okay, we're gonna go for... So, I will ask, should I be playing the jam version? I think we all agree for posterity it should be. But were there any necessary bugs that were fixed in the latest version that would ruin the experience? Minor bug fixes, more just balancing and stuff. I mean, as long as you're not adding anything to it, I don't think... Like, balancing, I think, should be more than okay. And, minor bug fixes, that's whatever. Give me a moment to get this set up. If anybody watching has a project they want me to play, there is a form link at the top of the chat. It's pinned. Feel free to help yourself if you want to throw a link my way. After this, I have 2 in the queue already. Is this better? Sorry. My button can be a little sensitive sometimes. Alright, so I was asking, because I took a capacity upgrade, is that my capacity on water? Oh, shit. Admitted I was speechless? Yeah, sure. Oh, okay, and then... I see. Interesting. I guess vision? Oh, that wasn't, like, all that significant at all. Uh-oh. Alright. I suppose. Would a speed boost help me get through that better? Didn't really seem like I had a chance. What happened there? Did it give me... Did it take the water away because I collected the sap? Or did it just give me everything that was touching that space? Speed is key in the jam version. We'll just keep going down. I'd like some sap, please. Thank you. Speed. Straight down. Oh. I was kind of hoping that was sap. Keep it going. I'm assuming it's just bedrock and all. Yeah. Looks like the rock's going away now. Gonna take all this, though. Oh, it's nectar. Oh my god, so slow. Speed. Phil says, that's what got me #1 on the leaderboard, and since everyone getting high scores seems to be playing post-jam, I gotta keep it. I got to keep it so far. Good for you. Ah. Oh my god, so fast. That was chaotic. Probably capacity. I'm avoiding lava. I don't know how. Oh. Wait. I can go into the red? Oh, it gets rid of my hydration. That makes sense. What a... There was just enough there to give me two upgrades, I presume. Okay, one more on the speed. Aw. I kind of wish there was more with momentum with the speed. I'm getting a speed boost, which is helping me get through the environment faster, but when I reach those points when there's no dirt to dig through, why can I not just, like, sail in the air from the momentum of my speed? Feels like I should be able to do that. But I could be wrong. I'm a little disappointed I can't, to be honest. Water. Sap. Definitely need capacity. There we go. Oh. Ah. I keep calling it sap. You said it was nectar. My mistake. Sorry. It is kind of nice that it just, you know, grabs whatever is touching in that little pocket. I do appreciate that. I didn't look at the top score. Bad cop, how are you? Oh no. Let's go this way. I don't even know how far this blight is. We got Bad Cop, we got Pomo, the whole gang's here. What's up, guys? Oh, magma, lava, whatever it is, it's devastating. I can shoot stuff? Ah, the tendrils, yeah. I'm not using a lot of that, am I? I mean, you're right, I could do that, but do I need to do that is the question, really. Is this Noida too? Yeah, it's got the art style like it, for sure. Maybe I'll up more speed. Ooh, let's go for it. Oh, shit, that blight's coming in quick. Why is it so quick now all of a sudden? Going for it. More sap. No, I hit the fattest patch of rock. Let's go. Gosh, you're not... Oh. I lost my cursor. There we go. Water, water, water. Keep going. No. No. This is it. Death. Okay, so what score does that leave me at? Let's have a look. Ah, not even close. Oh, I do reach 5th, though. Pretty cool. Maybe I'll actually snap that picture. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to just outright quit that game, but okay. I get the idea. I do. Pretty polished experience by all accounts. I know you said the new version has some like balancing changes and stuff, and sure, maybe I could have gone a little deeper, but I feel like I kind of got the whole idea just through that experience. I will say that I didn't see a lot in the utility of branching. Didn't seem like I had to do that. Maybe a way that you could sort of help, maybe this is asking for too much, because I think your flow is actually, the loop you have going on right now is pretty good. But if branching took more of a central role in how I continue to like grow my plant out, because roots don't typically just have like a singular strand that goes, right? It usually has to like branch out and stuff like that. So say I'm starting to slow down. What if I could branch to just kind of like fire myself off in a different direction? Maybe something like that could be fun. And then you sort of have a bit of a tug of war going with like whether or not you should do it. I think the amount of hydration that your root could have could also play a part in that. You know, the rogue elements are totally cool. I thought that was all fine. I kind of want to know where the blight is before it creeps up on me, just to get a better idea on like where I stand, and then it'll help me sort of like plot a little more with where I should be going and how fast I should be moving. There was an option to shoot through, right? Maybe you just had to do that more. Branching and reach is quite good in the late game because you can shoot and collect resources from the whole screen. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, I gave the other games plenty of time. Why don't we try the new version? And we'll go from there. Where are we here? Oh. Oh, sap. Gimme. Nectar speed? Is that the amount, like how quickly it absorbs? I guess we'll find out. Oh, the visual change is nice. Let's keep going. Oh, that's only temporary? I gain speed when collecting, but... I see. I see. Speed through rock is nice. Yeah, let me try branching out a little more. Go for it. Shoot it. Is it shooting? There we go. Ooch, yow, very hot. No. Whew. Not worth. I feel like gravity takes me away way too quickly. Like that bend in the root just doesn't seem. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, well that was. All right. Yeah, I can demonstrate over here. Maybe I'm just being a bit of a baby about it. Feels like it's angling me down a little too quickly, though. I kind of want to have an opportunity to, like... I guess this goes back to the momentum I was talking about. Like, if I'm already going at a high speed, why does it just draw me down like that? You know? There's just something about it that just feels off. I have noticed the nectar pools are much smaller. Oh. More speed, please. Okay, I'm starting to understand more the utility for branching. I feel like that comes more with practice, though. Holy shit. That, like, almost killed me. Go for it. Ah, thank you. Damn. Okay, let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Nectar gives you speed through rock. That's good feedback. I had like 3 iterations on the movement because it's hard to both have momentum and the rotate towards mouse behavior. Maybe you could have a way to sort of, how am I trying to say this? Like when the collider or however you're trying to read it, like when it's in the dirt, whatever signals that it's out, maybe you can like not necessarily kill the player input, but do something to sort of like cripple it to allow it to just sort of take a leap of faith. Like I think there's a way you could sort of build on that to make it satisfying. I think it would be quite rewarding if players found out ways to sort of toy with that. Like, this makes me think of Pepper Grinder. Have you ever played Pepper Grinder? I feel like you have. And a lot of that game is kind of built around the idea of just, like, building that momentum and sending you away. And I know that's not this. There's a little more, like, logistically that works for that game. But, I mean, if I'm already just, like, penetrating through the dirt, like, why not give me some momentum, you know? Haven't played, but it's a big inspiration. Okay. Man, I don't like any of these. Guess I'll do the nectar speed. So I noticed when I selected that upgrade, it branched for me, which I always thought was just like what the game did. I mean, it is what it's doing, but I mean, like, it just branched because I got the upgrade, not because I selected it. It seems like it's taking my left mouse button input and using it as an action, which is then taking hydration from me. That could be a pretty tough situation for players. Okay, avoid the red. I'm gonna go there. Up the capacity for sure. And I will say another thing about the way gravity's sort of controlling my movement here. As I was falling down, like, I could forgive that. But, like, I can't really aim the branch to go vertically. Oh, shit. I was too focused on the articulating this thought. When I'm falling and I see something like a water patch up there, why can't I aim with the mouse and just sort of send a branch that way? Like, why does the branch have to follow exactly where I'm pointing? Like, I know it's going with where the cursor is, but if I've already got gravity pulling me down, maybe allow me to send some up so I can potentially grab, you know, some water or nectar, whatever it is. I don't know. These are just some, like, ideas. I don't really have a lot of, like, you know, criticism. Tendril. I would argue there could be a flaw with every design. It's not, there's no such thing as perfect. But when you're hearing players go like, this is what I want from it, this is, you know, I think that's a huge positive for anybody watching this. Like, if players are giving you things to sort of go, like, feedback that, you know, is how am I trying to say this? Like, when people are saying that they want more from a project, I think that is a good sign regardless of what state it's in. It means that people are finding something to appeal to. It's engaging. They want more. I think those are all great factors. I have, like... God damn it, man. There's so much rock here. Another game that I think is worth looking at is something called Motherload. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Is it Motherload? Yeah. Motherload. I'll describe it to make sure that I have the name correctly. Oh, god damn it. Let me pull up Steam. That's just silly. Steam really needs to improve this UI for this. So really you're just drilling through and collecting like materials, but similar things. You got like molten rock, and there's other like elements at play that sort of act as hazards, and you're just selling material and like really buffing yourself to make yourself stronger to go deeper. This is sort of where my mind goes to. That and Pepper Grinder, of course. I feel like you kind of got a nice hybrid of the two. And I don't know if you necessarily need to change much of your flow. Like what you got, like the package is good. It's awesome. If you wanted to like create more challenge, I would look at this game to see how they sort of tackle that stuff. If you were looking to expand this idea further. I can't really pinpoint to exactly what that would be, what I'm thinking of. It's just, I would say the snapshot of that experience could, I feel, would adapt quite well to what you have. So. So that was Tendril. I like the name. I like the art. I I appreciate how simple the gameplay is. I love that I could just use my mouse. I think more games should consider that kind of stuff. Like if you're going with simple controls, if it could be used with a mouse, I say go for it. Because most computer mouse will have at least 2 inputs. So if your game is going to just have movement with like 2 buttons, see if you can apply it to a computer mouse. All right, well, thanks, Phil. Appreciate having you around. Maybe we'll see you again sometime. Sir Aaron, are you here? Actually, I'm going to share links for Tendril. Ah, thanks for the follow, Philly. Get up there. I've been dealing with an unfortunate problem. Both my mouse and my keyboard seem to be having issues with their inputs. They're either spamming it or they're not registering it. The mouse is fine with like the drag and the clicks, but when I scroll with the wheel, now it's going to be on its best behavior. Yeah, you saw it there. It kind of bounced. It doesn't always register the roll on the wheel, so it just kind of, yeah, it'll scroll me down when I'm going up. It's a real pain in the ass, and it's not a driver issue. Apparently, this is an issue that presents itself after so much time has been used on this equipment. So maybe it's time for an upgrade. I don't know. I was trying to dig deeper, like maybe I could change the key switches or like the sensor in my mouse wheel, and that's possible. It's just to find the components for it and stuff could be problematic. Damn, this is quite the team. Looks like it was pretty art heavy. 2 programmers, that seems good. Prop artist, concept and environment artist. Oh, and UI. Damn. So this is Plant Runner. How much does it pay? That's not for you to ask. Rather, focus on guiding him through these concrete landscapes conquered by overgrown nature. Make use of the gardening tools to get to the end safely, with your potted plant, of course. Okay, my headset is actually dying on me, so I'm gonna switch to just pulling off the headset. Keep the volume down so it doesn't pick up in the mic here, but I still want to hear a little bit. Sir Aaron says we are like a local association to get newbies to game dev actually doing game jams. Also, our lead programmer had to dip day 1, so pretty cursed. Our idea was different. This is what we ended with. Bad Cop says still can't believe Aaron's 55. Not sure if I should touch that. He's not, he just says 35. Weird. A 90s kid. Always happy to meet one of my own. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the music. Of course. Okay. Hold R to reset quickly. Oh, that's not R, that was E. Space to jump. Cool. So how does... Oh, jeez. While in the air, facing a wall, space to vault. So how does the character manage to vault when one of their hands is holding a plant? Space hold while running next to a wall on to release. Okay. Cool. Give me that. Wait, what was the point of that? Was that an extra jump? Why was that an extra jump? That did not read to me at all. Okay, we'll restart again. So I'm wasting time. Oops. Unbelievable. That's cute. Should I have saved that? Oh. But I was holding space. Ah. So I have to tap the space. But then you have hold and release for the... Oh, come on. So maybe there's more of a technical reason to do, like, the tapping of the space to vault up, but... And maybe I'm just not the right player for this, but I want to just hold and release. I don't see why I need to do anything else other than that. Next level. Wow. Those are some big cups. Uh-oh. You didn't think of that? Nice suggestion. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, making it cohesive. Like, this isn't a Dark Souls game. I don't even know why I'm making that kind of comparison, but, like, we're not... There's no, like, nuance to much of the movement other than just trying to, you know, either you're wall running or you're vaulting. Otherwise, you're just on ground and you're just going forward, right? So... if you could simplify those controls as much as possible, you'd be amazed to see, you know, the kinds of things that people could achieve with that. Not that they wouldn't currently. It's just I'm of the mindset that the action is more or less the same. And so I would just pick, you know, one and go for it. So what am I going to do here? I have to go onto this wall and then vault to that. Is that the idea? Or do I just use this thing? Oh, okay. See, it doesn't read to me that the spray bottle gives me an extra jump. And I'm not really sure what you would put in place of that. I did it. Yay. Come on, up. Up. Grass is green, you don't say. Oh shit. Should I be able to vault across for that? Let's have a look. Okay. Feels like I'm barely making it. Oh, oh, oh. Shit. Because wall running is a bit underexplained, you can move freely the cam. You can move the cam freely, and on release of space, it jumps where you are looking. I see. Now, maybe I'm not the right player for this sort of thing, but logistically, if you think of just sort of the action there, like, how am I able to look away? Well, I guess I can just look away, but how am I trying to articulate this thought? This probably separates me from the rest of the men. I'm just a boy in this case. Don't rank anywhere close to any sort of free running game, leaderboard, any of that sort of stuff. But when you say I can vault from a wall, I'm just expecting it to send me in the other direction, because I'm launching off the wall. And I don't think I should have much control of that, other than just like handling however the physics choose to take me. But maybe there's a meta there that, you know, is just a part of these games that I'm just not, you know, really seeing. See? That happened right there. I made the mistake because I thought I was jumping to the other side. Inspired by Lucio from Overwatch. Okay. I mean, I get it. But I guess I'm trying to understand how it's being presented, because it doesn't read that way. Like Lucio, you see he's got rollerblades, right? And a lot of his moveset is kind of built around it. Whereas in this game, I'm kind of just running. I do have a plant. Oh, shit. Wait, I got a different plant? Going. Up we go. Want the speed boost. Oh, give me the speed boost. I feel if I played more of these kinds of free running games, it might be a little more intuitive for me. Oh, I'm trapped. There we go. Up. Just kind of looking around. Oh. So when do I want to use that speed boost? Is that really just a courtesy? Doesn't feel like there was really much of a need for it. At least for me, I'd rather be going slower, which I know is counterintuitive to what you want to do here. I'm not chasing scores. I'm not trying to race time. I'm just trying to get through. I'm going to choose not to do that. So now I got to look. Oh, get up. Nice. Where am I supposed to go? Up here? Do I want to be going up here? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So you don't give me a chance. So here's the thing about having it so you got to face the camera, or where it follows where the camera's facing. I can't look around just to plan my next approach. You know, you're not really... I have to stand here and look, but there's like a whole section blocked by this wall that I can't see, right? So, like, if I have time, I'd like to look up and see what's up there, but you're not really allowing me to do that. Okay, this is an extra jump. Oh. Kind of like caught on the wall or something there. Oh shit. I'm glancing at the chat while I'm playing. This level, leading the player is really bad. We had to rush this end last level, like a lot. Like 20 minutes before the hard deadline, we had only 2 levels. I mean, that being so, and I know from a dev standpoint, it's like, you know, there could be more, we could put in more, but if it's half-baked, like, I think I could have dealt with less content and more polish, personally. Because it seems like scope kind of creeped on you a little bit. Alright, so with this... There it is. Ooh. Get up. Nice. It just sounds like typical jam stuff. Or is a better layout? I mean, it certainly feels more linear. It does flow nicer. I would agree with that for sure. Oh my god, dude. No. You guys were constructing these in Blender, were you? I guess that's one way to do it. Go for it. There we go. Okay, we have speed now. Come on, dude. That's such a piss off. I don't know if I'll ever get that reaction right. You know, I'm always just holding my space bar. Oh, oh. Come on. I'm gonna do it. Didn't say I was going to do it then. This is the round where it's going to happen. This right here. This is totally going to be awesome. Here's the pickup. Took a second to lift it. Must have been heavy. see you guys chat a lot. I'm gonna look at what you got. It's so level 4 has a way better layout than 3, I think. Aaron says it's funny because this is the one I like, made all in Blender, even without even testing it, and with no game designer assistance. Vesdev says the skips are more fun for speedrunning. Level 3 optimally probably is some pole climbing precision stuff. Sure. Aaron says ideal workflow for levels should have been game designer, make the level, and then you graphic it in Blender. But in the end, we had no time, so I ended up making them in Blender directly. So, I mean, if you already have it constructed in Engine, why would you want to take it into Blender to then rebuild it? Because if that's the process you're taking it, like, I would do a level layout. I would make some sort of grid sort of illustration to like give you all the dimensions and stuff, and then give it to my artist to like make it wherever it is, if it's in Blender or not. At least standard practice typically is start on paper and then put it in Engine. If you're already building the shapes of it, I'm getting distracted here. It's not my place to criticize your process. Everybody's got a different way of handling it, so it's whatever. So the point of putting it in Blender was to do the material? Is that what you're saying? Make them pretty? Yeah. So what, you went to... I mean, these all seem like the same standard kind of... God damn it, dude. I mean, I still see that they're primitive. I don't necessarily think, like, details lost there. Unless you were making, like this pillar. Is that a separate object, or is that all just built into the geo? If you look at the first level, I made basically everything custom. Oh my god. One thing I would probably do for the movement is to make the player jump when you run off a wall. But it does jump when you move off a wall. At least I've found myself... Oh my god, there we go. Your ledge thing, whatever's happening there, it's not... Like, maybe it's a frame perfect thing, I'm not sure. I'm just spamming the spacebar and I'm still missing a lot of the ledges. Okay, it doesn't really jump. It's more... Like, there's a slight launch, but it's more of just... The momentum takes you with it. Okay. No! This is the last level, right? I absolutely will finish this. Go. No, I'm missing it. I'm not getting it. Go. There we go. Excellent. We land. We cry just a little bit. Come on. Oh, come on, man. See, I don't think I should ever have a risk of losing the vault if I'm just holding my space bar. Like, we kind of already went over all of that, but the fact that I'm pressing my space after finding out that I'm not grabbing that ledge to only then launch off the wall like that and then, you know, still fall to my death, like, that just doesn't sit right. Ooh, there we go. Going for it again. I feel like I grabbed onto the wall last time. So now we're just making that final approach. And we need to go back onto the wall because that's what's intended. Boom! Is there another level? I think I said this was last. Ah. Is this your gym? What was that? Oh. What was that? Look like a light bulb or something? Oh, that's a... What am I saying? That's your spray bottle. It looks like a light bulb from here. I don't think can I reach it? No. Nope. Nope. You guys have any Easter eggs in here? Oh my god, dude. Now learn to wall climb? Not a chance. I mean, it doesn't seem all that hard to do. This looks fun. Let's go in here. I don't feel like I should be up so high. Okay. Alrighty, let's talk about feedback. Feedback. So let's talk theme. Yes, I'm carrying a plant, but let's just think for a second that there was no plant. What kind of a game is it? Like, to me, this is, and it seems like you agree, I wouldn't necessarily think that it's been the best interpretation of the theme. It's really just, hey, we have a free running game. Oh, and I guess your character holds a plant. And with all due respect, I would say that it does feel a little uninspired. Was intended differently with your plant giving you powers and stuff. Okay. So you did have a little more to sort of build around using the plant specifically. Which, you know, I would have loved to have seen. You know, I almost think you could have done something, you know, with like the pickups and stuff too. Like, there wasn't really a lot of purpose behind the pickups except for just helping me get through the next section. And so when I had a consumable, I could just use it right away. And sometimes you forced me to, which kind of diminishes the point, in my opinion. I think for a free running game, especially, I think players kind of want like the freedom to use it when they want to, not when they have to. And there can be like exceptions to that, of course. But if I'm collecting it and then using it right away, I think there's a bit of a flaw with that design, you know? I mean, if you follow the right track, yeah, it's forced, of course, but like, and again, I'm not like the kind of player that really indulges in these types of games, but your path is very linear. I could try elsewhere if you want it, if I want to experiment. But you're not really allowing a lot of that freedom because everything in your visual language is telling me to do it now. And I think it would be far more rewarding if there was like ways to, like I was doing strats when I found the watering can, for example, and that sent me, I was able to like skip a whole section in that final stage. I think if you had more of those situations, it would be far more rewarding. I'm simply talking about giving me the item and then taking it away. Like pretty much within a matter of seconds. We talked about the control. I think to make it more intuitive, just have, you know, holding the space bar for both wall riding and vaulting. I think that would read much better. You could chain it easier. And you don't have to rely so much on me spamming inputs. But for what you have, I mean, the effort paid off. I would say, like, yeah, there's a balancing issue there, but you did have way more stages than what you were going to initially have to start with. So, you know, I think that's an accomplishment for sure. And you have a lot of foundation here that you can kind of build off of. But I will say, like, taking the plant out of the equation, like, you could put anything on this, and it would just be another free running game, you know? That isn't necessarily an issue, but I do feel like a little more sort of centered around just the use of plants in the experience would have been better, because I was more or less just using the watering can and the spray bottle to a plant that didn't react at all, didn't energize me, didn't, you know. And you've made it clearly. The scope kind of creeped on you guys, so it is what it is. This is just sort of like my takeaways from it. More I'd like to see. I don't know. Is there more you can do other than, like, if I'm wall riding, is there like other like geo that you could use for that kind of stuff? Like, could you do more than just having it be like a floating object in the middle of space, you know? I don't know. It does leave more to be desired. Really, it was just my frustration with the control that ultimately was like really killing my spirit. The music's all original. That's awesome. Yeah, I would say your music's great. I would say graphically, it's pretty nice for a jam project. Absolutely. You do have a skilled team. That's for sure. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that I want to mention about it? I mean, nothing that hasn't already been said. Oops. Well, yeah, you're obviously an art-heavy team, which is fine. But I mean, you know, a lot of it is just textures. It would have been cool to see a little, like, some visual effect or particles, you know, that kind of stuff would have been nice. I'm a professional 3D artist and I have my students in the team. Okay, okay. I wasn't aware that's what your team was comprised of. That does kind of shift my opinion a little bit. Because I'll be honest, I was kind of reading the situation like, oh, this is a team of like, what was it, like 6 people or something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Like, when I see a team of this size, like, I do think it does set a certain level of expectation. And not that I feel like you need to mention this stuff, but it does kind of change sort of the way I'm examining this project a little bit. But if this is what students are doing, like, damn, good for them. Really, really cool. All right, so that was Plant Runner. And like your UI and stuff is very nice too. I like the logo. It's very clean. Okay, we're going to share the link for that. Okay, so we have 3 projects in the queue. Let me just look here. How long have we been going? Damn, we've been going for a while. I wanted to maybe take a breather. Just step away for like 10 minutes. If that's okay with you guys, and then we can continue. Actually, I'm looking at the clock. Yeah, let me talk to my significant other, because we're kind of encroaching on, like, evening. So, might have to end it shortly, but definitely want to, like, take a moment to get that figured out. So I'm going to step away. Might be 10 minutes. If there's more time, I'll take 10 minutes. If not, then we'll call it, and then we'll have to plan later. But yeah, I'll be back. Okie dokie. Sorry to keep you guys waiting like that. You got me for a little longer. How's everybody doing? Looks like Sir Aaron has bowed out. I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all. Thanks for playing your game. Well, thank you for letting me play your game. Okay, we'll move on. Did I share the link for it? Plant Runner? Yes. Wendell Scardua. You with us?
Hello.
Hello. So we're playing Memory and Plants. This NES game is just a plants-themed memory game. Open pairs of cards, try to match one of them. Or match them, excuse me. The only twist is that if you reveal a cactus, you can't get near it until you match it with another. Okay. Press X to start. And to reveal each card. Okay. Hopefully you got some tunes. I feel like you guys are getting tired of the flute. Press start. Hold on. Is there music? Let me turn that up. No time for tunes? Okay. We can pick our own tunes. Let's change it, though. What's appropriate? Excuse me. Where's my window? There it is. All right. We have a flower. Oh. How do I select? X button? A Z button. A button. I can use WASD to move. That's cool. Enter? No. It already explained the controls to me, but should be X. Let's restart it. There we go. Oh, where was it? Nope. There you are. Oh, I missed it. There was the maple leaf. We got wheat. Sunflower was here? Yes. Oh, there's my wheat. Oh no. Oh, I see. Here you are. Yay. Then we start over. You have so many different okay, maybe I should pay attention to the shapes it's giving me. I'll be honest, I'm kind of focused on the cactus right now. I swear I've revealed enough. Okay, you. There we go. Oh, nice. Oh, where was that? Here? Yes. Here we go. That might... No. God damn it. Brain is breaking. Game is short on content and stuff because I only had the idea for it in the night before the deadline. Most of the night was spent drawing these programmer art plants. Oh, it's all good. You're saying it's a solo project? I didn't actually look. It is just you. Ah. Maybe if my brain wasn't broken, I would do better. Where was that? Oh, right there. And you right here. All right. Well, I kind of get the idea. Not nearly as much time as I've spent on the other projects, but I think we all understand. For a solo project, I'd say this is good. You know, the art style's cohesive. You got the matching game down. Do you like old school NES games, the early ones? I mean, oh, that's not a question for me. That's for Wendell. I'll answer that anyways. Yeah, I'm a fan. I appreciate retro styles for sure. I will say, and this is more of a critique of... No, this is past judging the state of the project. I understand the situation enough. What I want to see from this? Of course I do. Yes, I do like older games. I have a... I mean, I encourage you guys to check out some of my videos on YouTube. I sometimes will be showing off like collection stuff. I have a pretty sizable collection that I share around once in a while, mostly just Xbox, but I do have Nintendo as well. I have like over 50 NES carts that I have to sort through eventually. Channel name is the same, yeah. Okay. Talking about the design of the game, what more I want to see from it. You obviously have a lot of canvas to play with. And I totally understand wanting to like limit the tiles, but I think you need to do a little more with the space you have. You have all of this green void, which really I feel could be populated with something. I mean, I wouldn't just put in like nonsense. Make it make sense. Maybe expand the board further or something like that. More tiles I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. There is a lot of shapes, I'm gonna say, I guess plants. There's a lot of plants that you're offering to like match up. So let's see, it's 24 total, so you have 12 different types. Actually, no. How many cactus would there be? I think I had 2 this time. Like 2 sets. So maybe it's more like 10 different plants. Which I think is more than enough. I don't know if you would want to do more than that. Oh, well, thank you, Euler. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm coughing a lot. You know, it's a matching game. Where you could take it, I think as is perfectly fine. There's plenty of matching games out there that people enjoy. It's just on the visual side, I think it is lacking. It leaves a lot to be desired, so maybe expand a little further on that. You talk about it being programmer art, so if it is just programmer art, maybe play into your strengths a little bit. Like the artwork is simple enough that I think you could play with it. More plans to do stuff. Like so. How so? Like, are you matching them and then an effect would happen? Because there could be something interesting with that, but I would honestly be like, and this is just going like high level kind of stuff, but I feel you could build some kind of matching game on top of like some other sort of goal, you know, like maybe clearing the board is just part of the experience. Maybe you're actually working towards something. This could be like harvesting plants in a way. For example, some flower would attract bees that would hint at a region that has a flower. Okay. Something would attract ants that would hinder progress and so on. Okay. That's why it was called power plants. I'm just trying to understand like where the matching sort of works with that. Sure, it like gives it away, but but there's no penalty to me just flipping tiles. I think if you had more of a penalty for that than what you're talking about from a design standpoint could work really well. I don't know if there should be a limit to like the number of tiles you can flip or what it is. Maybe it's a limit to the number of mistakes. Say you don't get a correct match. Maybe there's a penalty for that and it's like 3 or 5 strikes. I don't know. That seems unforgiving. It would obviously need a little more to be expanded upon. Well, if I had polish as intended, there would be some number of lives or a timer. Yes, don't get me wrong. I'm not critiquing the state it's in. Well, I'm trying to build off of the idea. I'm not here to say like, well, it's missing all this stuff, so like it's undeserving of you know, appreciation or support. I don't know. What am I trying to say? Like, I could take it at face value, and from what you've said, it's like solo project. You didn't have a lot of time before the deadline. It was just you and you alone doing programmer art. Like, that's totally fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. One of my ideas was to have end lives and the cactus would hurt you. That's, yeah. That could be something. You would definitely have to lean into more of like the bees thing that you were talking about, I think. Just to kind of help sniff out the cactus. Like, if you think of how Minesweeper works, it'll tell you how many mines are within a space, right? So I don't know if you need to incorporate that sort of thing to make it work, but if there was going to be some sort of damage for that, just because I came across a cactus, like, that's fine. It's just I do feel like there's another action that should be taken as a result of that. Is that how I'm trying to say it? Like, if your bees are going to show off flowers, maybe you should have something else come on to, like, give away the cactus. Again, it's, you know, for what it is, I think it's totally fine. You do a great interpretation with the theme. There's lots of plants here, so I appreciate that. Oh, we got an Adagon in the house. What's up? Welcome. You guys are coming in to the tail end of the stream. You got me for a little while longer. Got a couple projects still to go through. We just got through Memory and Plants. And I shared the links there. Feel free to check it out for yourselves. Give them some ratings. We've already met the threshold, which is great. Good for you. You're very welcome. And if you ever want it, like for anybody who's been sharing the projects, if you're expanding this, if you're taking it further, come back. I would love to revisit. We'll move on to Pomo. I feel like this has been here for a while. Oh no, you submitted. Actually, yeah, it's been over an hour. Is Pomo still with us? I feel I might have lost him. I'll put it on screen in case he's just got us in the background or something. Last call for Pomo. Going once. Going twice. It happens. It's my own fault. That's okay. We'll get back to him. So we'll move on to Bad Cop, who I'm already seeing in chat. This game. This is your game, right? The long-awaited sequel arrives in the award-winning game Plant. You take care of a plant until it inevitably dies. Plant 2 is a complete reimagination from the ground up, allowing you to grow not one, but two plants simultaneously. It pays homage to the original game with a modern, refreshing visual style. How long will your plant survive? Sometimes when you click the watering can, the game breaks. Okay. Wonder why that is. If you like to follow along, updates, discuss gameplay. Oh, you got a Discord. Good for you. Progress is shared globally between all players. Oh, should I reset the state? I don't want to encroach on people like that. You haven't given any ratings. What is this? Shame. Just go into the download. You've been at GDC all week? Oh, I'm jealous. How's the turnout this year? Oh, it's a Godot project. Love it. Get rid of that. Full screen ahead? No. Oh, there's no movement? What happened? Is this the broken state? Let's try that again. F1 does the full screen. Okay. I feel I should have known that. I work in Godot as well. The shortcuts, well, it can change. All right, so. Boom. So, with the sound effect and everything, it seems like it's supposed to do that. Oh. What? "'Tis a fallen tree." Huh. There's a big tree blocking the path. Yes. Must have fallen at some point. Jacob Dev, how are you? Feel like I need to go in there, but kind of want to explore right now. Looking at this wonderful environment. Oh, there's an invisible wall. Ooh. Really got to squeeze through that. The door is locked. So where do I go? To a window? Ah. Am I supposed to be able to pick this up? Hmm. Is the key I need here? Is there a crouch? So if the door is locked... Oh. I guess it's been locked for years, yep. Had to step away, doing good here. Did you do a No, I didn't do an entry. So far, all 3 D2J events have just not lined up with my schedule. I was actually in Vancouver over the weekend at a networking event. Showing off my own project, actually. The lock looks rusty, I know. I would like to open. If it is a way to open. Is there a key in the plant, maybe? As far as I know, there's nothing happening with these plants. You have a lot of, like, unnecessary boundaries. Like, do I have a Steam page? No. There is an itch page, though. And we're slowly putting together a bit of a press kit. We don't have a trailer for it or anything yet. We're not quite at that stage. But I did recently add new screenshots to our itch and updated a lot of stuff like the logos. It's called Totem if you're curious about it. I have links in the About section of the Twitch channel. Oh, man. Okay, so am I supposed to find something to open this door? We'll check it out. Yeah, please, if you want to. The version that's accessible right now is the old Jam version, and we have updated it immensely compared to how that was. But you know, if you want to try it, feel free. Pomo's returned. Pomo, you missed your spot. No, that's fine. You posted your link like an hour and a half ago, so I apologize for taking so long. Is there like a way through in the bushes or something? I understand the tree is like, what I should be focused on, I guess, but I don't know how to remove it. Because all he does is talk about it. I mean, do I want any more hints? What am I supposed to do with this book? I don't necessarily want hints. I'm usually pretty competent with getting through shit, but this is just kind of beyond the pale of just this troll level of design that seems to be happening right now. Can you at least nudge me in the right direction? I know people keep saying tree. I swear I've looked at each window. Can I do anything with this bench? Nope. Okay, so one too many plants. Do I just click the planter? You guys are so cryptic with this stuff. So am I supposed to, like, restart the game? Is that what this thing is telling me? The hint is... like, random generation? Let's try that. Alternate reality. I understood it more as augmented reality, but okay. What can I do with you? Nothing? Ah. Thank you for the clarity. So what do I do? I am now growing frustrated. Assault rifle? Grenade? Yeah. I'm not playing Plant 1. Okay. Well, that was Plant 2. I don't know how I'm supposed to judge a jam project like that when you're telling me I have to play 2 games for it. All right, Pomo. You're here now, so we'll move on to yours. No problem. so we're getting down to the final 2 submissions for the night. After these 2, I'll probably be calling it. We've been going for an awful long time. Please inform your name below. Oh, I didn't read the description. Let's have a look. Okay, I have read the description. No, your game didn't do that. Hold on. I use Droid Cam, and so it's being handled through a cell phone. And I think my phone is like it just had an update, so I think it's just trying to like do some weird kind of power management. Despite me hitting all the flags in the app to prevent that, but whatever. All right, we're good? Let me make sure. Looks like I'm back. Okay. Spyware installed successfully, sure. All right. Deep Bloom. Oh, cool. I'm controlling two things. I like these. I do better with joystick. I've never really tried like keys, but this'll be interesting. Preemptive apologies for the controls. I'll be the judge of that. So, Pomo, if you got this in the game, why don't you just copy this text and put it on your page instead of just having it blank? Like, that would be a simple copy paste. Okay. So WASD to move the left blue vine and mouse. Oh. For some reason I thought it was arrow keys. Okay. So maybe there is more apology for the control. I think you should have just done keys, to be honest. I also prefer people reading the controls in game than No, I'm not saying put it there instead. Have them, like, do them both. But to have just a blank page like that, you gotta try harder, man. I don't think it's a either or. I think it's just have both. I'm not trying to lecture. I'm sorry. Farming is easy. Use the shovel to dig a hole in the flower pot, collect a seed from the seed bags, and deliver it to the hole. Make sure the dirt in the pot is wet for nutrients. You can get some water by using the water pump. Wait for the flower to grow. And it's fully grow. After it's fully grow. After it's fully grow, pick it up and bring it to the queen flower for appraisal. Queen flower is impatient. Will not wait too long. Okay. I'd assume that's it there. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. So I have this. Wait, did it change color? No. Is this enabled with a controller? Because I would very much like to control these vines with a joystick. Okay, well, absolutely yes. I don't accept your apology. I'm just gonna keep doing that. Oh, there was a seed? Wait, is the seed in there? I can't. The seed is in there, but is it in there? Because I didn't... Oh, are these the planters I have to dig for? Okay. Take that over there. Ooh. I do appreciate being able to just toss an item. Okay, so seeds go here. It didn't register to me that this was the seed bag. Probably because there's dirt on the top of it or something. There we go. Oh. There we go. Look at me catching midair. Oh! I guess I ran out of time. Okay. So first things first. Tap. Tap. Just the tip, though. Come on. There we go. I can also dig with the handle, right? Whatcha? The thing travels so light. Ended up being way better cooperatively. I could see that. Although I do appreciate having this dual control. I'm a huge fan of, like, if you've ever played Nintendo Land, they have that Animal Crossing game, the one where you collect all the candy and drop it into, like, pits and stuff, and you have one player with the gamepad that's just controlling the two, like, cops to sort of, like, oh, I have seeds to send over there too. But, like, getting to control those two characters with both joysticks is, I don't know, there's something about it. I really like it. Oh, there's a meter at the top? I don't know if it reads enough. I understand the art's probably not there yet. I don't know if you intend to do more with this, but I would like to see the flower in the background sort of do things. It's just a much clearer indication. And also, like, the location of the bar, like, if that's what you want, is just like a little UI to sort of show that off. I think you need something that's a little more central on the screen, instead of having it at the top of the screen where I'm not looking ever, because I'm trying to watch where the vines are going, these tips of the flowers, that is. My eyes don't go anywhere up here. I need plants. I need plants. Yep. Is that enough water? I feel like I could just flick most of what I want. It is working. Oh, look at that. That was a twofer right there. Come on. I'm still going to fail because the plant's not growing, hey? Bring flower to the middle? Oh. I mean, you do have it in the how to play. That's on me for not remembering that. Okay. Do I have to plant before I water? Probably not, hey? Let me just pump this. Get some seeds in there. You know, getting the handle of it and just, you know, flicking things around is fun. It's very rewarding, considering how much of the game tries to work against you. But I feel like I'm just kind of stumbling into it. Oh my god. It's going to be like that. Touch. There we go. I feel for a game like this, you need to restrict my cursor a little bit. Because it's, oh, I can give it a flower. Take it. Oh, nice. You do have some animation with that. That's good. I mean, it's not currently. I need this here. Oh my god, let me get this seed, please. Thank you. Not here. In there. Then this. Oh. There we go. Okay. Flower. I never really thought about how I'm supposed to transfer the water. I was kind of just splashing it. It seems like that's the only way to do it. Oh my god, get away. Pomo, do you compose your own music? I've seen a couple of your projects now, and I noticed that there's a pretty... what's the word? Oh no, is this stuck? Oh no, it's stuck. Uh-oh. That's the end. Stole this one, unfortunately. Sometimes I have a musician with me. Okay, I mean... I don't know, your style's pretty cohesive. Like, I think for as long as I've known your projects and stuff since LD56, tends to be this kind of like, I don't know if jazzy's definitely not the word, but like this kind of style. Five isn't bad, but it doesn't even put me in the top 10. Okay. Go back into it here. I think I'm just going to pump the water now. Is there like a limit to how much water I can pump? I'm sure I can't flood it. But I could just sit here and do this while I'm on the left side digging the plants. Okay, gotta get this in here. That there. My strategy for this round is to focus. I'm going to alternate on sides. So now I just water them. I mean, they seem to be growing regardless. Okay. Cool. Anything? There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Faster with more water? Sure. Kind of wish I had a sprinkler for that or something. Like, flicking the water's fun and all. But it's way too random. Like, the control's already kind of jank, so making me kind of like play in the water, yeah, burns a lot of time. Prototype to bucket, but it was so much more miserable than just splashing the water. No, splashing is absolutely the better approach if you're talking about giving me something to like carry the water over and dump it. I don't want that. But like if there was a sprinkler system that was on like a timer that I could just like manually turn on every once in a while just to kind of like keep that going. I don't know. Okay. There and there and whoop. Went for the hook. Touch it. There we go. Whoop. There we go. Goes over. Oh, come on. I feel like I should have a more freedom with my movement. Like, why is the vine getting tangled up on itself? I understand why. I see what you've done with it, how you're achieving this, but I don't know. I feel a vine, of all things, should be a little more ambidextrous. Is that the word? Okay, this side needs seeds. See, I got the fling down. Maybe not quite, as I say that. Honestly, my coordination is like way off at this point. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. I don't know how much further I'm going to be able to take it. Yeah, of course. Thank you for sharing. I think it's a great interpretation of the theme. I will always give kudos to creators that can figure out a way to sort of, I say creators, use the correct term, developers, you know, sort of building around that theme a little more. Like I've mentioned it in previous titles, but there's nothing here. Like if I remove the plant, you know, that you lose a lot to the identity and just sort of the nature of how the game actually functions and plays. Like you've really kind of built into that, which I will always applaud. For 2 days, I'm quite happy with this, but yeah, I really wish could have cracked the controls better. I've seen you do... How many jams has it been since 56? I guess there's been a few. I see you do a lot of these types, and there's a part of me that feels like it should be a little more refined at this stage, but you know, that's just... I'm not trying to pass judgment or anything. It just feels like, you know, you've been iterating a lot on that, so why it's still kind of clunky is, you know, there's an aspect to that where I feel like, you know, could be better. I'm trying to be fair about it. I'm not trying to be cruel. But for 2 days, this is great. I think your friend has a great art style. The artwork is very nice. I don't know what's going on here with the leaderboard popping up after I already ended it. What am I doing? We're not doing this again. But yeah, it's different, it's creative, it's interesting. You know, I love the way you do control these two vines separately. I see what you mean by as a cooperative experience, and that might just be the better direction to take it, in all honesty, but I do totally appreciate having the untethered controls. I get it, totally fine. It honestly depends on a lot, how much time and drive I have for a jam. If I have less time and drive, I just chug some physics bullshit together. Okay. I wouldn't even consider that as like, you know, things that I'm saying about like the polish side of things. Like it's whatever, you know. I'm not trying to make it about that. It's just, yeah. This feels like the same movement that I played in the one where you're climbing around as like the guy and then flinging things into the center. Like there was a tree there, I believe, that you just kind of threw into, or maybe it was a cave. I can't remember exactly, but the arms, like these vines feel like they move exactly like those arms, which made sense for the guy with the arms because arms can only like rotate in so many ways. But yeah, I think the vines should have had a little more freedom with that. The vines are literally those. The arm is literally that guy's arm. Yeah, no, I get it. I do. Anyways, that was Deep Bloom. You guys give it a try for yourself. See if you can do better than me. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but 0 ratings? Sir. You've played 20 games on stream. Just need to go back and rate them. I feel that. All right, Euler Moises. Last on our list. Oh, I want to paste the link. Solved issue once Adagon implements privacy streamer mode. Oh, that would be nice. I almost felt like saying something about that too. Like, for games I've already rated, for example. This is not the best example, but there were some pages I was going to where the stars were like right here. And I'm not all that keen on, you know, showing that. It kind of prevents me from, you know, doing my own ratings until I'm past it. Like, I'd rather prioritize the stream rate later, just so you don't, you know, put those out there publicly. Okay. Is Euler here? I know he was chatting earlier. Euler Moises. Brasweps is the game. Now, if Euler's not here, I'd rather not play. We could do Gamedel for a little bit. Oh, only one game remains under 5 ratings? Nice. This one's had a fair amount. This really puts me in a predicament. I'd rather have the developer here to watch me play. Mostly because if there's feedback to discuss and things to share between each other, I kind of want them there to sort of like bounce ideas. So I don't know if anybody knows this guy. Maybe send him a message. Perhaps we can do a Gamedel in the meantime. Let me just ping Euler. While we wait for that, how about we do our dailies? Gee, I wonder what this is. Can you guys tell me what Grand Theft Auto it is? Too slow. Psychonauts? Nice. Now the character's where it's really gonna... Oh, that looks like a Mega Man thing. If I just go man... The only Mega Man character, it seems. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Take me back. If there's anyone else around that has a project I haven't played yet, the spot's open right now. That is, of course, unless Euler Moises comes in. Bears, Ghosts, Island. Camping, fishing, daily tasks, and it's not Animal Crossing? Bears, Ghosts, Island. J-Cup's got a bounce. All right, well, thanks for sticking around. Really appreciate it. The daily task is throwing me off with this. What has ghosts plus daily... Ghosts and bears plus daily tasks? And by camping, does it mean like... I guess it would say survival if it meant survival. Lost objects, scout badges, simple quests. Not really feeling that. Euler. 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 I see you in the chat. I almost ended the stream. Just kidding. We were playing some Game Doll. We'll probably get through this and then do your project next. And then that'll probably be it for tonight. What do you guys think? What do you think this is? Animal Crossing was not the answer, apparently. Is it a phone game of sorts? It's the island thing, you know? Lost objects, scout badge, simple quests. My game is so simple, I'm not a coder. That's fine. You're learning to program, and that's what jams are for. You're a musician. What kind of instrument do you play? None of these clues are helping me. Colorful world, crafting items, spirit animals. I don't know. This seems like the kind of... Oh. My time at Porsche? No. Talking animals, campfire stories. How is this not Animal Crossing? I'm gonna fail this. Apparently most people out of 1,100 averaged 4 guesses. By this point, most people know what game this is. Saxophone? That's awesome. Music in your game is yours? Excellent. That's always a plus. I don't know. Cover. Starts with the letter C. I'm gonna be so mad when I see this. Because I'm sure it's like super simple. Let me just try and think. Nope. Brain's broken. Pomo's game broke it. Cozy Grove? No clue what this is. Let's have a look. Ah. Yep. Never seen that game before in my life. 2021? Jesus. Okay. Right, Euler. Plays in web. Do you have music? I guess you just said you do. Let me get my music off. It does stop. Oh, this works. Cool. The start almost felt like a Legend of Zelda thing. Okay. Brasweps. Leaves for live? Many plants are edible. Some only once. But there are many healthy, nutrient-rich plants that are completely ignored by the population and used as decorations in their homes and yards, and often pulled up and thrown away like weeds. In Brasweps, we will learn about some Brazilian, wild, edible plants and find out a little about their health while developing our attention, observation, and memory in a simple point-and-click game. Okay. Find the requested items, click on them to get them, and head to the next level. Whoop. Oh, simple controls. I love it. So it was a two-person team? No, hold on. These are tools. Solo project then? Alrighty. Brazilian wild edible plants. I see. Stage 1, Aura Pronovis. Throwing out a lot of crazy words at me. Find the 5 old Aura Pronovis leaves, known as poor man's meat. Its leaves are rich in iron and protein and help fight anemia. Its fruits are tasty and help support immunity, protect cells, and keep your skin healthy. Oh, very nice. Wait, what? Okay. No. So I've done that, right? Find and remove the 4 ants from your plantation. The other insects do not cause damage to your plantation. Beldroga has high nutritional value. It contains omega-3. It has antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and diuretic properties. Helps with cardiovascular health and diabetes control. The entire plant is edible. Ain't that cool? So am I picking at ants? I just chose to click on that. I don't think I should be penalized for that. Those ants do blend in pretty well, I do have to say. Thank God the lives reset per round. Tayoba leaves are good for your health. Bad Tayoba leaves are poisonous. They look very similar. Remove the 3 bad Tayobas leaves from the plantation before someone eats them. Research has already proven that the Tayoba leaf has more vitamin A than carrots, broccoli, or spinach because it is rich in vitamin A and starch. It is a fundamental food for children, the elderly, athletes, pregnant women, breastfeeding women. Cool. Oh my God. Thank God that was a big leaf because it's very hard to... Oh. So you have a lot of repeating patterns on this screen. Am I supposed to look at the small ones too? I almost can't see it. Like everything kind of just blends together. Especially when you have the background and everything the same. It just seems unfair. See, now I need to make sure I'm checking every last one of them. Some copy paste. I can't even tell like which ones are split and which are not. Maybe none of them are. Wait, is this one split? Holy shit. And I went past that one, too. They're almost too small. And maybe this is where I'm showing my age. But this is too small. You said it's done. I'm just going to go for it. Find the 2 unique cappuccina flowers in the garden to add to the salad. It's rich in carotenoids. Important for eye health. Helps treat I kind of need that apparently. Helps treat urinary tract infections. Not for that reason. Bronchitis, flu, coughs, acne. Should be avoided by people with gastric ulcers. Cool. Okay. Oh, that wasn't it. Bro. You need to give me, like, a magnifying glass or something. Ooh. Was it just the one? That'd be kind of funny if it was only the one. It would be hilarious. There's 2. Is the whole thing visible too? Closer. It's close to the last one. Where? Ooh, pardon me. My eyes are actually watering from this. I swear it's not. I'm not crying. I mean, I'm in a dark room. I should probably turn a light on, but holy shit. The color is so intense right now. Northeast. You guys ever look at the sun? I feel like this is what that would feel like. Ah. I see it. Congratulations! Now you know a little bit about Brazilian wild edible plants. Thank you so much for playing. Well, yeah, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Cool. My God. Okay. This screen's a little easier. I mean, for a jam project, like, you got the whole package here. Music is catchy. I guess that's your saxophone I hear playing, or whatever that is. It's all kind of, what is it? Digitized though. So are you actually playing the instrument and doing something with that? I'd say the information was informative. It was kind of cool. I didn't expect to be given, it's a sampler sax. Okay. it's whatever. I would say the package is pretty nice. You know, the music's catchy. The artwork is intense, but it's cohesive. You have a lot of interesting details there with like the information it's given. It kind of adds a nice layer to it. Just in a way, it sort of motivates me to continue, to sort of learn more. I do think you're putting maybe a few too many objects on screen. You could probably pull that back a little bit, like 20% maybe. Of course, I could just be showing my age. I'm approaching my mid-30s, so, you know, take for that what you will. But I typically don't struggle too much with, like, visual stuff like that. It's just, it's very vibrant and kind of intense, and I'm on, you know, it's a big screen here in front of my face that's just blasting. Arguably, my environment's not well suited for this to have made it easier, but I mean, the fact that part of the challenge is really like stare at this like super bright colors for, you know, however long it needs to just find like one or two objects, which I guess it worked like from the puzzle side of things, like only having to look for like one or two things. It was fine because it took so long for me to find it that it seemed like it was an appropriate amount. But where that's coming from is more of just relief that I didn't have to look for more. You know what I'm saying? Too much color? I would say you could probably pull back a bit on the color. Like, go for more like muted colors. But I know what you're trying to do. Like, these are based on real life plants. So if that's their color, then you got to do something different. Maybe you gotta, yeah, I mean, find a way to bring in mute colors just so it's not so intense. And I think it starts with the background. If you didn't have such a vibrant background, that could help sort of drown a bit of that vibrance to it. Like, it wouldn't ruin it. In fact, it might even help it pop a little more. And I don't think that's inherently an issue. It's more about how all the colors kind of like come together. When you have like super bright greenish tones behind, and then in front of that is just like yellow with like red. A lot of those tones, especially for people with like vision problems, like if they're colorblind or something like that, can be a real struggle for them. So, you know, I would recommend, you know, diving into like, you said you're a musician, right? Someone earlier said they were an artist, so I don't want to step on any toes. I just feel like maybe doing some research on like color theory and how you could sort of work with that a little bit better, I think could be incredibly beneficial for this kind of stuff. But yeah, the whole package is great. Like, this has a lot of personality to it. You have a start, you have an end. And it kept me going. I was pretty engaged for the most part. So yeah. You're very welcome. And thank you for letting me play. Alrighty. I think that's going to end the stream for tonight, guys. We've been going for 5 hours. It's intense. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We've had quite the turnout. A number of you followed the channel today, which is awesome. Thank you for that. Have a good rest. Yeah, I will definitely rest up. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Euler. Really appreciate it. I suppose I should find a channel to raid. Let me go to Twitch for a second. Is there anyone live? Looks like Boats is. me just think. I don't raid often. Oh, hold on. There's a button here for it. All right. So I'll click through the prompts, but make sure I don't stumble on this. Thank you everybody for watching. I don't have a regular stream schedule. Like I said, I've been a little busy with doing my own thing with another project. Totem, of course. We'll have more to share for that in due time. It is distracting me though, so I'm not jumping on as often as I would like to, but I'm trying to get back into the groove. So there's a chance you guys will see more of me this coming weekend. For anybody playing this back, I may consider doing another D2Jam stream, but it does kind of feel like this was like the stream to do it. Great turnout for it. Late at night didn't really work too well, so there may be a third on the horizon, or I might just like sort of riff with it. Maybe do that and a few other things on the side. Who knows? But yeah. Of course, you can find me on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all under the same username, Gingy Guy. And if you want to see more of me, I do stream on Mondays through a different channel called Co-op Couch Show, which I do with a couple of my friends. That's where we play games together. Cooperative games mostly, but we're not, you know, limited to just that. We did just finish Dispatch. And, you know, we look forward to doing more of that kind of stuff. And that's Monday nights, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Co-op Couch Show is the channel. But yeah, we'll raid votes. And we'll go from there. Thank you all for watching. Oh, we got a countdown? Trying to stop my stream. What's up?